If everybody had an ocean across the USA, then everybody'd be surfing like California. You'd see them wearing their baggies, Warachi sandals too, a bushy blonde hairdo, surfing USA. You'll catch them surfing at Ventura County line, Santa Cruz and Trent, Australia's Caribbean, all over Manhattan, and down to Meany Way. Everybody's gone surfing USA. We'll all be planning out a route we're gonna take real soon. We're waxing down our surfboard, we can't wait for June. We'll all be gone for the summer, we're on safari to stay. Tell the teacher we're surfing USA. And Hagerty's and Swan, Pacific Palisades, San Onofre and Sun, Redondo Beach, LA, all over La Jolla, at Waimea Bay. Everybody's got
Text from Catalina Sander, Linda Vopel, Catalina Sander.
surfing USA. Everybody's gone surfing USA. Everybody's gone surfing USA.
Text from Catalina Sander, Linda Vopel, Linda Vopel.
Everybody's gone surfing USA. Yeah, everybody's gone surfing USA. Yeah, everybody's gone surfing.
Okay, we're waiting on some rosters up here. Get game one going as soon as we can.
On the first part of the journey, I was looking at all the life. There were plants and birds and rocks and things. There was sand and hills and rings. The first thing I met was a fly with a buzz and the sky with no clouds. The heat was hot and the ground was dry, but the air was full of sound. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can remember your name, 'cause there ain't no one for to give you no pain. La 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 la. After 2 days in the desert sun, my skin began to turn red. After 3 days in the desert fun, I was looking at a riverbed, and the story it told of a river that flowed made me sad to think it was dead. You see, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can remember your name, 'cause there ain't no one for to give you no pain. La 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 la.
turned up. Today's what, the 6th? 5th. Yeah. No, it's the 5th, yeah. Okay, good morning, Liberty Field. Today is February 5th, 2026. The Central League takes the field for a series of 5 games. First game will feature Saini Smiles, the visitor, taking on Phoenix Sports. We'll do the lineups later. At this time, please line up on your baselines. Face the flag in left field for the playing of the national anthem. Please remove your covers. Veterans, you may do a covered salute.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Yes, the lovely voice of Alexis Skinner, Ken Skinner's granddaughter. She was 16 years old when she recorded that. I love it. Okay, the lineups. For the blue team, out in the field will be Dave Baldwin. Behind the plate, Johnny McFarland, Supermarine. Okay, the other lineups for Saini Smiles. The visitor, leading off, playing second base, wearing number 3, Rich Burnt. The rover, number 1, Jay Marty. The left center fielder, a sub, Don Wickersham. Third base, number 15, Dave Parrish. Nice, he made it back from Florida. The shortstop, number 4, Rick Stabe. Left fielder, Tom Albanese. Another sub as catcher, Jim Dorman. The pitcher, number 12, the mighty Jim Linsmeyer. The right fielder, a sub, Jim Feeser. The right center fielder, number 8, Mike Font. And first base, number 6, Mike Fussell. That's your visiting team. For the home team, the leadoff batter, the rover, number 6, Kevin Kelly. The left center fielder, number 8, the cowboy, Craig Sorensen. Right center is played by number 12, Dave Braley. The first base, number 10, John Wooding. The right field, number 2, Brian Melody. Shortstop, number 5, John Case. The third baseman, number 1, Scott Denner. Left field, number 7, John Skubik. The pitcher, number 3, Tina Anderson. The catcher, number 4, John Bentley. And second base is played by number 11, Gary Scapito. That's your lineups. The electronic score today is Kai Slickers. The paper scorer, Lee Thompson. And I'm your announcer, Dennis Horvath. All right, Bert Burns won, center field base hit. Your next batter, the Rover, number 1, Jay Marty. All right, Marty bangs one out there, right field. Ooh, nice throw, but not in time. So, Bert on first, Marty on second, 2 up, 2 on. Your sub, left center fielder, Don Wickersham. Oh boy, right down the line and to the wall. Couple of speedsters out there. Bert touches the stripe along with Jay Marty. And Wickersham pulls up at third. He had more left in the gas tank, but they couldn't use it. Wow. So our score, 2-0. Top of 1. Your next batter, the third baseman, number 15, Dave Parrish. Hard hit ball in the 5-5 hole. Parrish aboard. Wickersham touches the stripe, gets to sit down and rest for a while. Your next batter, the shortstop, an announcer in his own right, number 4, Rick Stabe. All right, thumped out there. Base hit for Stabe. Moves Parrish to second base. 3-0. 4's on 2. That's Dave Parrish. Your next batter, wearing number 14, batting left-handed, Tom Albanese. All right, a base hit for Albanese. Loads the bases. Bases are juiced. Sacks are full, whatever you want to say. The next batter, the catcher, a sub, Jim Dorman. Okay, runners hold their positions. We now have 1 out, 3 in, 3 on. 4's on 3. Now the pitcher-on-pitcher duel, Jim Linsmeyer. He faces his counterpart, Tina Anderson. Heads up play by the pitcher, Tina Anderson. Yeah, poor scorekeeper up here trying to figure out what to put down, but okay, so just joking. So 2 out, 4 is still on 3. Your batter, a sub, Jim Linsmeyer. Anderson has faced Linsmeyer or Thieser before. Whoops, that's 4. Thieser draws a walk. Okay, top of 1. Okay, so we go to the bottom of the first inning, game 1. Yeah, an announcement. The softball board meeting went without a hitch. Okay, there was a couple. But anyway, we got her done yesterday. Remember, the general membership meeting will be next Wednesday at 6:30 in the lecture hall. Good idea to be there. Support your club. Support the board. she's not. Craig Sorensen bangs one right into right field. And Kevin Kelly on the scoot. We now have runners on the corners. Nobody in just yet. I expect that to change. The batter, Dave Braley. Hard hit, base hit, splits the fielders out there. And Kevin Kelly scores 4-1. 4-1. Phoenix Sports at the plate. First baseman, number 10, John Wooding. All right. They get Braley off a second. One out. The next batter, the right fielder, Brian Melody. All right, good play by Stabe, but a run scores 2-4. Melody on first. Your next batter, the shortstop, John Case. Loops one out there. It's a base hit. Safe all around. Good backup by pitcher Linsmeyer. All right, next up, the third baseman, number 1, Scott Denon. He's a good player. The gadget arm of Stabe reaches out there. Touches the ball for out number 3.
Where is Phoenix Sports?
It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday. A regular crowd shuffles in. There's an old man sitting next to me, making love to his tonic and gin. He says, son, can you play me a memory? I'm not really sure how it goes, but it's sad and it's sweet and I knew it complete when I wore a younger man's clothes. La 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 la.
Batter, Mike Font. All right, he gets one out there. A little ricochet. Font is safe. Brings up Mike Fusel.
Yeah, it was.
Yep. So he's 6.
The only reason I mentioned Maria is because she goes to casinos.
No, it was just we just yeah.
Unless
Wow. Big hit. Lifted to right center. And Fusel slides in with a double. Font on third. Nobody out. 2 on. Okay. Wickersham. Yeah. Okay, and Wickersham will run. Top of the order, Rich Burnt. Don't you love it? The swinging bunt always gets you aboard, even in the MLB. All right. Bases loaded. Here's Jay Marty. Lifted high. Boom, the catch. Gonna be a sac fly that scores Font. So we do have 1 out. Dorman on third. Woo, a little brushback for Wickersham. He can dance. He can dance. Ripped foul. Count is full. Got the 1 to waste. Got to be. And another sac fly. No. All right, so 2 in. Score is now 6-2. Saini smiles. Here's Dave Parrish, third base. All right, a Texas leaguer gets Parrish aboard. Brings to the plate the shortstop, Rick Stabe. All right, that's 3. Lifted high. Caught by the rover, Kevin Kelly. Okay, so here we are. We go to the bottom of 2, game number 1. 44 minutes left in the game. 6-2, now 2-6 as Phoenix Sports comes back to the plate. And Saini Smiles takes the field. First of all, a shout out to Dave and Jackie Rigg in Florida. Second of all, Team Peterson has been a longtime supporter of Sun City West softball, and we would like to thank them for their continuous partnership. Arvard and Kay and the entire Peterson family, Dave and Scott, will work hard for you no matter what your real estate needs are. Next time you see any of the members of the Team Peterson, tell them how much you appreciate their involvement with Sun City West softball. And remember, when you're in the real estate market, put Team Peterson to work.
Are you supposed to get through all of these?
All right. Catch by Dorman. Okay, the other side of the pitcher-on-pitcher duel, Tina Anderson will face Jim Linsmeyer. Yeah, you'd feel sorry for her if she wasn't a pitcher. All right, great throw by Stabe. Your next batter, John Bentler. Gary Scapito on deck. Whoops. All right. Is that 3? Yeah. Okay, 3 outs. Okay, so it's still 6-2, and Saini Smiles with the lead by 4 comes back to the plate once again.
I scored this game at 9. I play at 12:30, and then I scored 1:40.
All right, another shout out. There are many parts and pieces that make Sun City West Softball Club successful, and one of those pieces is our outfield billboard sponsors. Our thanks go out to Encore Floors. Their support not only helps our club, but adds to the great atmosphere of our ballpark. So when you're in need of any type of flooring, give Rich at Encore Floors a call, because you'll get more at Encore Floor. And remember to tell them thanks for their sponsorship. Okay, leading off is the left-hander Albanese, who switches to right-hander, switch hitter. Lifted high. It was a trouble ball. Kind of tumbled out of the air. The fielders are not happy out there, but that's the way it goes. Okay, Rich Burnt will run. Dorman, the batter, made that great catch behind the plate. Oh, great play out there. Kevin Kelly flips it over second for the out. Okay, the pitcher, Jim Linsmeyer, number 12. All right. Linsmeyer bats into a double play. Okay, that should make Phoenix Sports come out swinging the bat. Another shout out to Lee Thompson, an all-around nice guy, great scorekeeper, a good softball player. Okay, so leading off for Phoenix Sports will be Gary Scapito. We'll also see Kevin Kelly, Craig Sorensen. All right, grounds out to third. Parrish up with it. Over to Wooding for the out. A rinse repeat. Mike Fusel dug that one out of the ground. Two good plays by Mike, back to back. The batter, Craig Sorensen. All right, nice catch out there. I think it was Nice catch by by Jay Marty. And as they swap positions, we go to the top of 4. Score is still kind of stuck at 4-2 with Saini Smiles on top. 6-2. Saini in the lead by 4. Okay, leading off this inning, it will be a sub, Jim Feezer. All right, they get Feezer at first. The next batter, the right center fielder wearing number 8, it's Mike Font. All right, a great catch. They get Font. Catch by Melody. That's Brian Melody. Here's Mike Fussell. Okay, and Fussell sneaks out a base hit. He'll have Dorman run for him. Back to the top of the order, second baseman, number 3, Rich Burnt.
Okay, thank you.
All right, lifted high. That's 3. Boy, these half innings are whipping right through. Again, game 1. 30 minutes on the clock. I don't think it's going to be a problem. And we see Phoenix Sports as we go to the bottom of 4. And a quick shout out to all-around nice guy, Kai Slickers, one of the very best billboard or scoreboard operators going. Located in the Sundome Plaza on Camino del Sol, the Hole in One restaurant has sponsored not only your umpiring crew, but also a billboard out in the right field. They're open 7 days a week for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If you're looking for a review on Hole in One restaurant, talk to Ed Prather and his posse. They're in there all the time. Next time you're in there, please tell Marty, thanks for your support of Sun City West softball. Okay, Dave Braley will lead off for Phoenix Sports. Wow, what a throw. Braley was not slow, and he still got caught by the throw. First baseman, John Wooding. Okay, a little bobble gets the runner aboard. Your next batter, number 2, Brian Melody. Lofted out to Rover J. Marty again. All right, lifted high by Case, the shortstop. Caught by Stabe. 3 up, 3 down. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Off to the top of 5. The score still, Saini is 6. Phoenix Sports 2. Saini leads by 4.
Good math.
Yeah.
Still on, you're still on. Careful.
Yeah. I'm going to read something. Okay. I think we can all agree none of us like surprises, especially those that come from failing air conditioning units and plumbing issues. You won't always know when your HVAC or plumbing system might require professional support. But with Canyon State Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they can provide the solution when those surprises occur. If you would like to avoid one of those surprises, you might give Canyon State a call for a thorough inspection of your HVAC system, and please thank them for their long-term support of Sun City West softball. Leading off, Jay Marty. Okay, Marty pounds one in the hole. Base hit. Your next batter, the left center fielder, a sub from just what we talked about, Canyon State, Don Wickersham. Wickersham seeing if R.H. Johnson can catch. Ooh, right up the middle. And that delivers Jay Marty to third base. Wickersham standing on first. Runners on the corners. Your next batter, Dave Parrish. We thank Gabe for all his camera work. He wrote a Python program that starts the camera, shuts it off when it needs to be shut off. And not only that, he can hit too. Splits the fielders out there. It's to the fence. Marty will score. Here comes Wickersham. And he scores a 2-run RBI double for Dave Parrish. So the score is 8-2. Now Saini Smiles taking a commanding lead. The next batter, number 4, shortstop Rick Stabe.
He called it fair. He called it fair.
All right.
That was point. That's not the umpire. Umpire did his call.
Yep. I hate those. Your batter is Tom Albanese. Batting left-handed this time. Slugs a base hit out there. And Parrish scores. That's 3 in. Okay, you need a runner on 1. And 4 is on 1. Your next batter, the sub, Jim Dordman. Hoisted high. Catch made by Sorensen. Two out. Okay, once again, a pitcher-on-pitcher duel as Linsmeyer steps to the plate. Thought so. A little bit higher, we could have caught that up here. Okay, squeezed at second. That's 3. All right, so this inning thus far, top of 5. Saini Smiles came up ahead by 4 and added 3 for allowing them to be plus 7. My math's pretty good, isn't it? So, yeah, not bad for a public school education. Okay, we'll see Phoenix Sports. Bottom of 5. Our umpires, once again, Dave Baldwin in field, John McFarland behind the plate. That team is operating flawlessly. We have Scott Danner coming up. Scott.
We could really mess with them, say somebody else.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah. All right, Danner hammers that in the left field. Albany's up with it, but base hit for Danner. Phoenix Sports, they have got to start walking them around. They are down by 7. Here's number 7. John Skubik. All right, out at second, they get Danner. Skubik aboard at first with a fielder's choice. Brings up the pitcher, Tina Anderson. All right, Tina dumps that one in the backyard. Skubik on second. Tina on first. One out. Here's John Bentler, number 4. Bentler, the catcher. All right. Nice play by Fieser. Throws him out at first. Nice catch by Fussell. Brings up a pair of ones. Gary, Hall of Fame, Scapito. Runners on second and third. No run score. Boy, that was a heck of a throw. I don't think Scapito liked it. He had both boilers churning as fast as they could. Okay, so the score now, 9-2. Saini Smiles definitely favored. They have the lead by 7. Yep. And we expect possible flip-flop next time. Oh, no. Okay, so we're at the top of 6. The right fielder, a sub, Jim Fieser, will lead off. Hard hit ball. All they can do is retreat it out there in left field. Base hit for Fieser. Yeah. The batter, Mike Font. Lifted high.
I got it. You take it. It's out. Ooh.
Wow, Fieser barely safe at second. What a throw. Yeah. Okay. Font squeezed off a second. Fusel aboard on first. There'll be a runner. Jim Dorman will run for Fusel. Runners on the corner. That's Feeser on third. Yep. Top of the order, Rich Burnt. All right, he drops that into the backyard. And Feeser will score. That takes Saini Smiles to double digits. They lead by 8. Here's Jay Marty. Stroked foul. He'll get another shot at it. At least for this game, Jay Marty's been Mr. Vacuum. Nothing gets past him. Okay, a rapper and a tapper gets Marty aboard. Burnt on second. Dorman running for Fusel on third. Bases are once again juiced. 4 is on 1. Don Wickersham. Hard hit high ball taken by the center fielder, Braley. But Dorman scores, running for Fusel. That's 11-2. So 2 on, 2 in, 2 out. Dave Parrish, the batter, hammered it up the middle. Hard hit last time. Okay. They squeeze Jay Marty off at second. Retires aside. Bottom of 6 coming up. It's 11-2. Now it's 2-11. So 6, 5. There'll be a flip-flop. This will be a double inning for Phoenix Sports. To start the double inning, top of the order, the Rover, number 6, Kevin Kelly. Hard hit, high fly ball that'll clear the fence and bounce on all the golf carts. Oh. Yep. Wow. If Joe Gallo was here, he'd say, Rotten, no good, stinking, dang strike. Here's Craig Sorensen. Yep, lifted high in the air, and guess who got it? Yep, you're right, Jay Marty again. Right center fielder, number 12, Dave Braley. All right, slugged the base hit. Albany's up with it, but not before Braley tags first. The first baseman, John Wooding. Okay. That's three.
He caught it. That's three. Flip flop.
Yep, was ruled the catch. That was by Mike Font. The nosedive into the grass doesn't count as long as he had the ball.
It's 10 after 6, right? For the flip flop. I mean, for the Norcy.
Yeah.
He called it a catch.
Yep. Okay, so it's a flip. The rule is 4 per inning until the open inning, the last inning. Then it's a softball buffet, all you can eat. And so we are now in the 7th inning. Brian Melody will lead it off. Wow, some aggressive running by Melody. He even took a look at third. Just decided 2 was enough. Brings to the plate the shortstop, number 5, John Case. Yeah, you betcha. Hit it where nobody is, where nobody ain't. Base hit for Case. Runners on the corner. Scott Dannon, the batter. All right. Tough ball to catch. Little bit of breeze out there, and Marty, a left-hander, running to his right. Left. So, run scored. It's 3-11. John Skubik. Yep. All right. Safe all around. Yellow shirts on all the bases. So sacks are full. Your next batter, Tina Anderson. All right. High fly ball caught by Feezer. Sacks are still loaded. John Metler. He didn't think that was going to hit. Okay. Now we have 2 outs. Run scored, right? Score is now 4-11. Gary Scapito, the batter. Oh, what's wrong with Scapito? He used to hit the shit out of it. Guess age.
Operative word, used to.
Used to, yep.
For all of us. Gotta get those on the way up.
Yeah. Come on, I want to announce some more. All right. Scapito looking for a runner. He's done his job. Clutch hit. Nice grab by Parrish out there. Or that would have run right down the baseline. Back to the top of the order with Kevin Kelly. All right, wrapped foul. Kelly a little warm up. Get that swing notched in. All right, there's your ball game as Sandy Smiles delivers a big loss to Phoenix Sports. They win 11-5. Well played game by all players. Just Phoenix Sports couldn't get them all around the bases. But for the men in blue, Dave Baldwin, John McFarland, the scorer, Kai Slickers, the paper scorer, Lee Thompson. This is Dennis Horvath saying it was fun. We'll see you all next time. Round and third, heading home.
All right, sports fans, time for your second contest of the morning. Desert Rose is being hosted by Canyon State. Leading off for Desert Rose, left center fielder, number 3, Ron Wambach. They get the judge by an eyelash for out number 1. She's playing second base. She's number 1 in the hearts of Central League players from Tuttle, Oklahoma, Stephanie Cummings. Cummings with a 1-out single. He's the pitcher. Number 12, Ken Raw. That's just a little bit foul. Our umpires for this contest, out on the base paths, Bourbon Jim Linsmeyer. Who's behind the plate? And behind the plate, Bill Hamilton. Most of it. Stephanie beats the throw at second base. Peltekian to run it first for Raw. At the plate now, he's playing third base. Number 10. It's Honey, Tony Matthews. Durillo will take it himself at second. And they get him at first on the double play. No runs, 2 hits. No errors. We're going to go to the bottom of the first inning with Canyon State coming to bat.
Out in the country past the city limit sign where there's a honky-tonk near the county line. The joint starts jumping every night when the sun goes down. They got whiskey, women, music and smoke. It's where all the cowboy folk go to boot, scoot, boogie. I got a good job, I work hard for my money. When it's quitting time, I hit the door running. I fire up my pickup truck and let the horses run. I go flying down that highway to that hideaway, stuck out in the woods to do the boot scoot boogie. Yeah, heel toe, do-si-do, come on baby, let's go boot scoot. Oh, Cadillac, blackjack, baby meet me out back, we're gonna boogie. Oh, get down, turn around, go to town, boot scoot boogie. The bartender asked me, say,
Leading off for Canyon State, he's playing left center fielder. Number 2 from Gerhardt, Oregon, Don Wickersham. a leadoff free pass for Wickersham at first. Brings up the rover, number 1 from Ottawa, Ontario, Greg Potts. He drops that one in the middle of the outfield for a single. Puts runners at first and second, nobody down. He's substituting. He's at second base. He's number 12 from Grand Rapids, Michigan, John Derillo. Johnny Boy puts that one up the middle. And Wickersham comes around to score. RBI for Derillo. Puts runners at first and second, nobody out. He's done the Puyallup before. That's where he's from. Playing first base, number 15, Larry Shively. Shively drops one into no man's land. That'll load the bases with nobody out. He's from Ames, Iowa, number 5, right center fielder, Jim Dorman. Dorman gaps one. Run comes in to score. 4's on 2. Sacks are still full. Now batting, number 9 from Chatham, Illinois, right fielder, Judy Grinches. That's the first out of the inning. 4 is still on 2. He's from Coralville, Illinois, number 4, playing second base, Wayne Hattie. It's right next to Illinois. Kid from Iowa puts one down the foul line. 1 down, sacks are full, and 4's on 2. The sac fly by Hattie gets the third run of the inning in. 2 down. At the plate, number 16 from Post Falls, Idaho. Third baseman, number 16, Fred Ostermeyer. Raw's got that knuckle curveball working for the second strikeout of the inning. 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors. We'll go to the top of the second inning now as Canyon State leads by 3.
t-shirt said Virginia is for lovers, had a Bible in his left hand and a bottle in the other. He said all you're really given is the sunshine in your name. We both started laughing when the sky started to rain. Get along on down the road, we got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, drink a beer, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
He's leading off the top of the second inning now. He's from Soddy Daisy, Tennessee. The Rover, Mike Lavis Sr. And he scampers into second base with a leadoff double. At the plate now, the right fielder, number 7, from Oceanside, California, Brian Cruson.
Played it behind the bag, so his foot was way out, but the ball was fair.
Single by Cruson. Moves Lavis over to third. They're at the corners with nobody out. It's a kid from Beverly Hills now, playing left field. Number 8, Norm Wolf. That free pass will load the bases. The manager now at the plate for Desert Rose, shortstop, number 11 from Seattle, Washington, Steve Peltekian. The Railbirds were brave enough to try and catch that one. Sacks are still full. Nobody's out. Peltekian drops that one into shallow right center field for 2 RBIs. Wolf's at second. Peltekian's at first. Nobody's out. She's playing first base. Number 2 from Pasco, Washington, Peggy Stahlbaum. Nice grab over there at third by Fred for the first out of the inning. Now batting number 4, the right center fielder from Seattle, Judy Peltekian. Judy puts that one into right field for an RBI single. Four's on two. Peggy to run for Judy at first base. 2 on, 1 out. Brings up the catcher from Watertown, South Dakota. He's a Hall of Famer, number 6, Arvid Peterson. Lateral goes to first for the second out of the inning. And that'll move us around to the top of the lineup. 4's on 3. And the judge is at the plate, Ron Wambach. Nice grab by Fred Ostermeyer over there at third base for the third out of the inning. But Desert Rose picks up 3 to tie the ball game, and we will go to the bottom of the second inning. All tied up. Leading off for Canyon State, he's the manager. He's from Deer River, Minnesota, the left fielder, number 14, Lloyd Sturwall. Peltekian with the one hopper over to Peggy. And they get Sturwall at first, 1 down. Brings up the pitcher now. He's number 3 from Foley, Minnesota, Bob Latteral. Lateral with a infield single. Puts runner at first. 1 is out. Sturwall's going to run for Lateral. At the plate now, he's from St. Louis, Missouri. He's the catcher, number 10, Bruce Marin. Levis played that one well. Steps on second. Over to Stahlbaum for the third out of the inning. 3 up, 3 down. And we will now go to the top of the third. Tied at 3.
Just take those old records off the shelf. I sit and listen to 'em by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul. I like that old time rock and roll. Don't try to take me to a disco. You'll never even get me out on the floor. In 10 minutes I'll be late for the door. I like that old time rock and roll. Still like that old time rock and roll. That kind of music just soothes my soul. I reminisce about the days of old with that old time rock and roll.
Leading off top of the third inning now. Second baseman, Stephanie Cummings. A Hall of Famer, Lloyd Sturwall, out there to make a nice grab off the well-hit ball of Stephanie Cummings for out number 1. He's from Kelowna, BC. He's the pitcher, Ken Raw. They might have been playing him to go to right field. He puts that one deep into the corner for a 1-out double. Stephanie Cummings to run for the pitcher at second. He's from Stanwood, Washington, holding down the duties over there at third base. Number 10, Tony Matthews. Jimmy Dorman with a nice basket catch out there to rob Matthews of extra bases. 2 down, runner on second. He's playing the rover position, Mike Lavis. Lavis gets a free pass, puts runners at first and second with 2 down. Now batting the right fielder, Brian Cruson. Cruson with an RBI single. Wambach to run at first for Cruson. Runners at first and second, 2 down. And the Wolfman, Norm Wolf, is at the plate. That'll load the bases. with 2 down. Now batting shortstop, Steve Peltekian. Peltekian drops that one in with 2 RBIs attached for the 4th run of the inning. Whoop, sorry, 3. That 3 runs of the inning. My bad. Fours on 2. And at the plate, first baseman Peggy Stahlbaum. Potsy with the grounder, tossed to Dorillo for out number 3. But Desert Rose tacks 3 more on the board. And there we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning as they lead 6-3.
They say the best things in life are free. That ain't true between you and me. To get an inch, I gotta pay a mile. It's like holding these girls that get you to smile. Wanna love me, baby? Here's what you do. More love and less attitude.
Leading off for Canyon State, top of the bottom of the 3rd, left center fielder Don Wickersham. Nice hustle by Wickersham to beat the throw there at first base for a leadoff single. Now batting number 1, the Rover, Greg Potts. Potsy gets a single, puts runners at first and second. Nobody out. He's filling in from Suzy's. He's playing shortstop, John Dorillo. That got past a few fielders to get into straightaway center field. And Wickersham comes around to score on the single by Dorillo. Runners are at the corners, nobody out. At the plate now, first baseman Larry Shively. Shively with an RBI single. 2 in, 2 are on, and nobody is out. He had a nice grab out there last half inning in right center field, Jim Dorman. Levis with the grab. That was a quick double play there. And Larry Linneman is now into the lineup for Judy Grinches. Paltekian with the grab for the third out of the inning. 2 runs on 3 hits. Canyon State gets a little bit closer. They're down by 1 as we go to the top of the 4th inning. Top of the 4th inning now. At the plate, right center fielder Judy Paltekian. Durillo with the grab for out number 1. Brings to the plate number 6, Arvid Peterson. Lateral with the comebacker over to Shively for out number 2. Top of the lineup now for Desert Rose. He's from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Ron Wambach. Nice try by Sturwall out there to. But Wambach makes it into second with a 2-out double. Brings to the plate the second baseman, Stephanie Cummings. Wambach comes around to score on the single by Cummings. 2 down, runner on first. He's up there to help his own cause. The pitcher, Ken Raw. Potsy's under that one for the third out of the inning. But they add 1 to their column. Desert Roads leads 7-5 as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Hey, folks, the Central League is looking for volunteers in a number of different capacities. If your spouse is playing, you could watch the game from the press box while you run the scoreboard. You would be provided with plenty of training, and the view is great. You'll also enjoy the view if you'd like to be part of the announcing crew. If you can help out, see after this game Peggy Stahlbaum or John Durillo. The Central League could also use volunteers for the safety committee. Thanks for helping out. Many hands make light work. Second baseman at Wayne Hattie at the plate now. Wayne Hattie, fleet of foot, beats the throw to first for a leadoff single. He's had some nice grabs down there at third base. Number 16, Fred Ostermeyer. That one is just a little bit foul. Out number one. He's been busy out there in left field. Number 14, Lloyd Sturwall. Raw with a snow cone catch to second. Sturwall beats the throw at first. Two down, runner on first. Brings to the plate number 3, Bob Lateral. Just a little bit foul. Our umpires again for this morning's contest. Behind the plate, Bill Hamilton. Jim Linsmeyer out on the bases. Pat Nelson's running the scoreboard. Chris Lynch is your official scorekeeper. And I'm what's left of Rick Stabe, your announcer. Nice effort there by Peltekian to try and grab that foul ball. We got a runner at first with 2 down. 1 ball, 2 count, or 1 ball, 2 strike count on Lateral. Lateral with a gapper. Sturwall's in at third. Lateral's in at second with a double. 2 on, 2 out. Brings up the catcher, Bruce Marin. Bad hop there. Two runs come in to score on the single by Marin. Runner on first, 2 out, 2 are in. Top of the lineup now for Canyon State, left center fielder Don Wickersham. Nice effort by Tony Matthews there at third base to grab that one. Wickersham survives to see another pitch. The Judge with a shoestring catch for the third out of the inning. Canyon State adds 2. They tie the ball game again. We've got a close one here, folks, as we go to the top of the 5th inning. Now batting, number 10, Tony Matthews. Honey smacks the bejesus out of that one. He scampers to second. Looks at third. Well, there'll be hugs and kisses around tonight for Honey with a leadoff triple. Brings to the plate the rover, Mike Lavis. Hattie with the grab off the bat of Lavis for out number 1. Matthews stays at third. That'll bring to the plate the right fielder, Brian Cruson. Just over the head of Wayne Hattie there at second for an RBI single by Cruson. The Judge will run for Cruson at first. He's at the Lizard Acres Friday night with the Wolfpack, Norm Wolf. They do not want Wolf batting because that's his third walk of the game. 2 on, One out. Brings up the shortstop, Steve Peltekian. That was a foul ball, so everybody goes back to their respective places. Runners at first and second, one out, and we have a full count on Peltekian. Free pass to Peltekian will load the bases.
If you knew Peggy Sue, then you know why I feel.
At the plate, Peggy Stahlbaum. Shively picks it up. He'll come home. Marin makes the grab for the force. Everybody advances. Sacks are full. Two are down. And at the plate, right center fielder, Judy Peltekian. And they get the force at second for the third out of the inning. Desert Rose adds one more to take the lead now as we go to the bottom of the fifth inning. Our score, Desert Rose 8, Canyon State 7.
Hey, where did we go? Days when the rains came down in the hollow, playing a new game, laughing and running, hey, hey, skipping and jumping in the misty morning fog with our hearts that thumping and you, a brown-eyed girl.
He's playing Rover. He's at number 1. And it's Gregory Potts at the plate. Cummings with a scoop. Toss to Stahlbaum for the out. One up, one down. He's the shortstop. Number 12, John Derillo. He quickly scampers to first to beat the throw for a one-out single. One on, one out. At the plate, first baseman Larry Shively. Pat Nelson almost grabbed that one for us. Shively puts that one through the 5-6 hole. Durillo's in at second. Shively's at first. One is down. Brings to the plate the right center fielder, Jim Dorman. Wickersham to run for Shively at first. Raw goes to second with the comebacker. Everybody is safe.
They called him, was on the transfer.
Oh,
They called him safe. I'll call him that. Yeah.
all right, they did get the force at second for out number 2. Runners at the corners, 2 down. And he's filling in for the injured Judy Grinch, Larry Linneman. Nice try by Levis to grab that one. Durillo comes around to score on the single by Linneman. We have runners at first and third, 2 down. Brings to the plate second baseman Wayne Hattie. He recovers nicely to put that one into left field for an RBI single. Two are in, 2 are on, and 2 are out as we bring third baseman Fred Ostermeyer to the plate. Peltekian with a nice grab over to Levis for the third out of the inning. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors. We're going to go to the top of the 6th inning now. We've got a tight ball game here, folks. Canyon State just took the lead, 9-8.
It was a beautiful day. Sun beat down. I had the radio on. I was driving. Trees went by. Me and Del were singing Little Runaway. I was flying. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery, going wherever it leads. Running down a dream. I felt so good, like anything was possible. Hit cruise control and rubbed my eyes.
He's a Hall of Famer. He's leading off. Number 6, Arvid Peterson. Free pass to Arvid to start the inning. Paltekian will run for Peterson. Brings us to the top of the lineup for Desert Rose. Left center fielder Ron Wambach. Drillo with the beat on that one for out number 1. 1 on, 1 out. Now batting second baseman Stephanie Cummings. Paltekian beats the throw into second on the single by Cummings. 2 on, 1 out. He's from Kelowna, BC. The pitcher, Ken Raw. Our umpires behind the plate, Bill Hamilton, Bourbon Jim Linsmeyer out on the base paths. Sharply wrapped into right field with an RBI single for Raw. One is in, one is out, and we have runners at the corners. Wambach to run for Rao at first. Brings to the plate third baseman Tony Matthews. Wayne Hattie with a nice grab over to Durillo. And that one gets past Shively at first, and Cummings comes around to score. 2 down. Runner at first. At the plate now, the Rover, Mike Lavis Sr. Lavis drops one into shallow center field. Puts runners at first and second. Now batting, number 7, Brian Cruson. Cruson puts that one into left field. Matthews gets into third before the throw. Sacks are full with 2 down. We'll see what they do this time with Wolf, since they've walked him the first 3 times of this game. That'll bring a run in, and the Sacks will stay full on Wolf's fourth walk of the game. Now batting the shortstop, Steve Peltekian. Potsy with the grab for the third out of the inning, but not before Desert Rose puts up 3 to take the lead. 11-9 as we go to the bottom of the 6th.
Gonna tell you a story that you won't believe, but I fell in love last Friday evening with the girl I saw on a barroom TV screen. Well, I was just getting ready to get my hat when she caught my eye, and I put it back, and I ordered myself a couple of more shots and beers. The night that I fell in love with a roller derby queen, around and round, all round and round, meanest Uncle Woman that anybody ever seen. Down in the arena, she was 5'6", 215.
Leading off the bottom of the 6th inning for Canyon State, left fielder Lloyd Sturwall. Nice effort by Peggy over there to try and corral that one. Sturwall on with a leadoff single. At the plate now, the pitcher, Bob Latteral. Levis with a grab, toss across, double play. Nobody on with 2 out, brings up the catcher, Bruce Marin. Matthews with the grab over there for the third out of the inning. We're going to go to the top of the 7th now. We're going to have to hold Desert Rose as Canyon State is down by 2. Leading off for Desert Rose in the top of the 7th inning, first baseman Peggy Stahlbaum. Potsy with the grab off the bat of Stahlbaum for out number 1. Brings to the plate the right center fielder, number 4, Judy Peltekian. Mr. Hattie over to Shively. 2 up, 2 down. Brings to the plate number 6, Arvid Peterson. Lateral with the comebacker. 3 up, 3 down. We're going to go to the bottom of the 7th. Canyon State's got some work to do. They're down by 2. 2 to tie, 3 to win.
Hand me down a walking cane, hand me down my hat. Hurry now and don't be late, 'cause we ain't got time to chat. You and me, we're going out to catch the latest sounds. Guaranteed to blow your mind so high you won't come down. Hey, y'all, prepare yourself for the rubber band. Man, you've never heard a sound like the rubber band. Man, you're bound to lose control when the rubber band starts to jam. Oh, let's do this.
Top of the lineup for Canyon State, left center fielder Don Wickersham. Peltekian with the grab. Wickersham beats the throw for a leadoff single. He's the rover, eh? Number 1, eh? It's Greg Potts. Nice scoop by Stahlbaum at first, but Potsy beats the throw. 1 down, runner on first. Filling in at shortstop this morning, John Dorillo. John Boy puts one in the right center field to put runners at first and second with 1 out. Playing first base, number 15, Larry Shively. Shively puts that one into right center field. And 2 runs come around to score on the single by Shively. We have a tie ball game with runners at second with 1 out. Wickersham to run for Shively at second. One on, one down, and at the plate, right center fielder Jim Dorman. Setting up the force now with runners at first and second. And here's the right fielder, Larry Linneman. They get the double play. Stahlbaum steps on first, throws to second to get the force, but Canyon State comes up with 2 to tie. 11 all as we go to extra inning. Arvid Peterson will be on second with 1 out in the top of the 8th inning.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news.
Okay, we have a runner at second. We have 1 out. And at the plate, leadoff batter for Desert Rose, Ron Wambach. Ronnie Boy drops that one into shallow left center field for a single. That moves the runner over to third. Peltekian now runs for Peterson. They're at the corners with 1 out. And the second baseman, Stephanie Cummings, comes to the plate. Sturwell with the grab on the sacrifice fly by Cummings. Run scores. We have a runner at first and 2 down. And brings up the pitcher, Ken Raw. Wambach to run at first. Dorman with the grab for the 3rd out of the inning. But Desert Rose puts 1 across. Canyon State has an opportunity to come back and see what they can do to tie or score 2 and win.
She's looking for a
All right, we have one out. We have Larry Linneman at second base and Wayne Hattie at the plate. Hattie puts one through the 5-6 hole. Linneman cruises into third. Peterson on the overthrow. We have a runner at second and third with one down. Tying run is at third. The winning run is at second. Durillo to run for Linneman. They're going to walk Ostermeyer to put in the force. Sacks are full. One is out. Dorman to run for Ostermeyer. And at the plate, the manager for Canyon State, Lloyd Sturwall. It's high, but not deep, and Levis makes the grab. 2 down. Up there to help his own cause, the pitcher, Bob Lateral. Lateral, with 2 RBIs attached, wins the ball game for Canyon State. Great game, guys. Good plays, good throws, good hits. Hey, stick around. We got another exciting contest coming up for you with the golden tones of Larry Reed to get you through it. Stick around. We got lots of good softball coming.
Take me out to the ball game.
Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. Yeah. Strike 1.
Hey, baby, do you come here often?
Strike 2.
Hey, baby, now what's your sign?
Strike 3.
Hold on now, where you going? Jimmy's out, next in line.
Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. Yeah.
Why, yes, I went to Harvard. I majored in pre-med. Just stayed for one semester. Tom's out. Who's next?
Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. Swing, batter, batter.
Plug that back in there so whoever comes up.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third game of our 5-game schedule today. And today's game will feature the visiting team, Arizona Fans and Blinds, and the home team, Thrive Healing Center. Arizona Fans and Blinds have had an excellent session so far. They're 3-0. They're up at the top of the standings for the Central League. Thrive Healing Center right behind with a record of 2-1. And both of these teams are among the highest scoring teams so far in the league, so that would indicate we should expect to see quite a few runs in this game. All right, to start off with, here is the lineup for the visiting team, Arizona Fans and Blinds. Leading off playing left field will be Dave Bjornley. Batting second, the third baseman, Ron Bedford. Batting third, the rover, Pierre Coulombe. Batting fourth, playing shortstop, is Joe Calloway. Batting fifth is a substitute player playing catcher, and that's Steve Peltekian. And Steve just played in the previous game. Batting sixth, first baseman, Trevor Cornett. Batting seventh is the team manager playing second base, that's Craig Brooks. Batting eighth, the left center fielder, Bill Connor. Batting ninth, playing right center, Jim Fieser. Batting 10th, the right fielder, Kai Slicker. Sorry, folks, I couldn't read the abbreviation here. And batting 11th will be the pitcher, Dottie Johnson. And there's your lineup for Arizona Fans and Blinds. While we're waiting for the umpires to take their places on the field, I just want to remind you, when you have a moment to look around the outfield wall, and please make note of our many great sponsors of Sun City West Softball. When you're in need of products or services, you'll likely find a sponsor who could help you out. Many of our sponsors have business cards available in the clubhouse to assist you in contacting them. If you do happen to do business with any of our Sun City West softball sponsors, please thank them for making our club and our ballpark such a great organization. And if you have friends or neighbors who are looking for assistance with a product or service, please do not hesitate to recommend one of our sponsors. Thank you. Burnley with a two-hopper to shortstop. The throw across the diamond. Got him. We've got one out. And that brings up Ron Bedford. And Bedford works a walk. That puts him on first base with one down and brings up Pierre Coulombe. That was a nice play all the way around by the infield. One hopper to the shortstop. He flips to second. They've got the out. Montgomery at Rover throws the ball to first, but not in time. Coulombe is safe at first, but there's two outs. And that brings up Joe Calloway. Calloway with a base hit to right field. Coulombe hits second. He keeps right on going. He easily makes it into third. We've got runners on the corners with 2 out, and that'll bring up Steve Peltekian. Peltekian with a foul ball, but by rule, he has 1 to waste, and that was it. Now it's got to be fair. Peltekian works a walk. That'll load the bases, and it brings up Trevor Cornett. Cornett with a high fly ball to short left field. That drops in, and that'll bring in 2 runs. Peltekian stops at second. Cornett on first with a 2-run RBI single. Your next batter, Craig Brooks. Brooks with a ground ball that finds a home out there to left center. Peltekian up with it, the throw in. But the runner is safe at second, so we've got bases loaded, 2 outs. Run number 4 is on 2, and your next batter is Bill Connor. Connor with a ground ball right at the rover Montgomery. He's up with it, about 1 step to second base. He gets the out. And that's 3 outs, but not before Arizona Fans and Blinds comes up with 2 runs. So after a half inning, they're up 2-0. All right, as we move to the bottom of the first inning, here's the lineup for the home team, Thrive Healing Center. Leading off, the fellow that just made that last out, playing rover, is Jim Montgomery. Batting second will be the shortstop, Steve Engels. Batting third, right fielder, Dan Morrison. Batting fourth, third baseman, Dave Hitz. Batting fifth, a substitute player playing left center field, Chris Peltekian. So we have the Peltekian brothers subbing in this game. Batting sixth, the manager playing first base, that's Ralph Benjamin. Batting seventh, second baseman, Jim Savage. Batting eighth is the left fielder, Larry Linneman. Batting ninth, right center fielder, Rick Magnuson. Batting 10th, another substitute player playing catcher, that's Bruce Marin. And batting 11th is the pitcher, Mel Bentley. And with that, here we go to the bottom of the first inning. Montgomery with a short fly ball to left field. We got lots of people around that ball, but nobody can get to it. It drops in for a hit. Montgomery at first with a single. And that'll bring up Steve Ingles.
Yeah, we would prefer. Okay. Just for you ladies. Well, thank you. Thanks. Since you beat us and everything.
Yeah, but don't count on that. You being that nice for you. Well, Engels pretty well duplicated what Montgomery did, but this time Steve's went to right field. So that's a high fly ball. It drops in there. Engels safe at first with his own single. Montgomery all the way over to third. So we've got runners on the corners, nobody out. And next up, here's Dan Morrison. Morrison with a hard shot right up the middle. Pitcher Dottie Johnson deflects the ball. Second baseman Brooks up with it. He flips over to Coulombe at second. They've got the force out there. But Montgomery comes in to score, and the batter is safe at first. So we've got one out, one in, and one on. The next batter, Dave Hitz. We have Larry Linneman in as a courtesy runner at first. Whoa. First of all, hits an infield pop-up. Pierre Coulombe runs in from his rover position. He makes the catch, so that's an out. And Coulombe alertly sees the runner on first off base. He fires the ball over. Boom! They got the out there. So, Thrive Healing Center does pick up a run in the bottom half of the first. So after one full inning, it's Arizona Fens and Blinds 2, Thrive Healing Center 1.
I like the little boom.
All right, leading off the top of the second inning for Arizona Fans and Blinds will be right center fielder. Here's Jim Fieser. Fieser with a two-hopper to hits at third. He's up with it. Strong throw to first, and they've got the runner. That's one out. Your next batter, Kai Slickers.
Well, they should. These guys are out of business. And they said they have people lined up, waiting. I might be wrong, but well, at the board meeting, that's what they said. They're going to the board meeting, so we talked about uniforms some.
Slickers with a line drive right up the middle. That's a base hit for him. So that puts a runner at first with one out. And that'll bring up the pitcher. Here's Dottie Johnson. Johnson with a two-hopper to second. He's up with it. He flips over to second base. They get the lead runner. That's the second out. Montgomery across the bag, throws to first. They've got the third out. A double play ends the inning for Arizona Fens and Blinds. They come up empty. Sun City West Softball would like to welcome one of your new billboard sponsors in left field, Dr. Owen Trin, the owner of Implant and Periodontic Solutions here in Sun City West. If you need any type of periodontal treatment for your teeth or gums, see the team at Implant and Periodontic Solutions. Thank you, Dr. Trin, for your sponsorship of Sun City West Softball. All right, moving to the bottom of the second inning, leading off will be the substitute player. Here's Chris Peltekian. Peltekian with a hard two-hop ground ball to shortstop, and Speedy Chris beats the throw over to first, so credit him with a single. We've got a runner on first, nobody out. And your next batter, here's the team manager, Ralph Benjamin. And I might also mention that Ralph serves our club by being on the Central League Governing Board. Thank you, Ralph. Well, the left-handed batter goes the opposite way. A strong line drive to left field. That's in there for a hit. Peltekian safe at second, so we've got runners on first and second. Nobody out. Pretty good start for Thrive in this inning, and that brings up Jim Savage. Savage with a high fly ball to short left field. Dave Bjornley out there. He comes in, makes the grab. The runners hold their bases, so we have 2 on with 1 down now. And your next batter will be Larry Linneman. And Rick Magnuson is the next batter. A lot of action on that one. A short fly ball out into right center field. Very difficult ball to come up with, and they don't, so that drops in for a hit. But Pierre Coulombe alertly comes up with the ball, fires it into second, so they get the force out there. So we've got an out, but a run scores, and we've got runners on the corners. Here's Bruce Marin. Bruce with a pop up to third. Ron Bedford comes in. He makes the grab. And that retires the side. All right, after 2 full innings, the score is tied at 2. All right, as we move to the top of the 3rd inning, we're back to the top of the order for Arizona fans and blinds. And that means your next batter is Dave Bjornley.
Deep on the deep hitters. He told him to back up like on Larry, and then he said on the deep hitters, play him deep. He's the only one.
Bjornley with a line drive to third. Hits, reaches up. He says, I think I've got it. Oh, I do have it. So that's the first out. That brings up Ron Bedford. Bedford works a walk. That puts a runner at first with 1 out, and it brings up Pierre Coulombe.
He's bouncing him too close, so he can't stretch.
Coulombe hits a C&I hard ground ball between third base and shortstop. That makes it all the way to left field, so that's a base hit for him. Bedford stops at second. We have 2 on, 1 out, and your next batter, Joe Calloway. Boy, Montgomery had Callaway played perfectly on that, so a short fly ball. Montgomery makes the grab. That's the second out. Runners hold at first and second, and that brings up Steve Peltekian. Peltekian with a fly ball to right. Dan Morrison comes in. He makes the grab for the third out. So in that inning, Arizona fans and blinds, they come up empty once again. It's still 2-2 going into the bottom of the third.
What'd Steve do?
I do this all the time. All right, leading off the bottom of the third inning for Thrive Healing Center is Mel Bentley. And just a quick note for those of you may know, but many don't, Mel recently was elected into the National Softball Hall of Fame. That was quite an honor for Mel, and there aren't very many people that can claim that honor. So congratulations, Mel. Good job. All right, Bentley with a soft fly ball out to left field. Bjornley hops on his horse. He rides on in. He makes the grab. So we've got one out. We're back to the top of the order. And here's Jim Montgomery. Montgomery with a well-hit ball, but that was right at Callaway at shortstop. He makes the grab. We've got two outs, and your next batter, Steve Engels. And speaking of service to the club, we want to thank Steve Engels for being the statistician for the Central League. Thank you, Steve. Engels with a long fly ball down the left field line that just goes foul. Engels with a one-hopper to Brooks. Brooks says, I knew you were going to hit it to me, and I'm ready. And he was. The throw to first, they've got the out. So that's 3 up, 3 down for Thrive. In the bottom of the third, the score holds 2-2 after 3. All right, as we move to the top of the fourth inning, the first batter for Arizona fans and blinds will be Trevor Cornett. And we would also like to thank Trevor for his service to our club by being a member of the Central League Governing Committee. So thank you, Trevor. And Cornett with a long drive out to left center field. That drops in, gets between the fielders. By the time the ball comes back in, Cornett easily into second with a leadoff double, and that'll bring up Craig Brooks. So Craig Brooks, also one of the helpers for our club. Craig is in charge of scheduling umpires. He's also helping to coordinate sponsors for the club. Oh, and he manages the team, too. All right, Brooks with a two-hopper to shortstop. Engels up with it. The throw to first. They got the out. Cornett advances to third. The throw over to third, not in time. So we've got a runner on third with one out, and our batter, Bill Connor. Connor with a one-hopper. Montgomery right there. He's up with it. The throw to first. They've got the out. Cornett holds at third. We've got two down now. And the batter, Jim Fieser. Fieser with a long fly ball that's over the left fielder's head. Cornett comes in to score easily. Fieser on his way to third, and he's in there. That's a RBI triple for Fieser. Well hit ball, and that puts Arizona Fans and Blinds up by one. So we've got still a runner on third, but now we've got a run in, and we still have two outs. Your next batter, Kai Schlickers. Schlickers with a short fly ball. That drops in front of Peltekian in left center. And that's enough of a hit to bring in Fieser with the second run of the inning. Schlickers safe at first with an RBI single. And that brings up Dottie Johnson. And Dottie with a shot down the left field line, but ooh, that went foul. But boy, it looked good coming off the bat. And Bentley brings that ball in on the front edge of the strike mat, and that is the third strike, also the third out. But Arizona Fans and Blinds picks up 2 runs. They go up 4-2 after 3.5. All right, moving to the bottom of the 4th inning, the leadoff hitter for Thrive Healing Center will be the right fielder, Dan Morrison. Tried and True Pest Control is one of our sponsors who offer a service that you will need sooner or later. They have 17 years of experience, and they specialize in professional pest and termite control, whether it's bees, roaches, bedbugs, scorpions, crickets, ticks, termites, or rodents. If you've got them, Tried and True will get rid of them. You can see their number out on the billboard in right center field. the beautiful, patriotic, large banner. Thank you, Tried and True, for your sponsorship of Sun City West softball. All right, thank you, folks. All right, now we're ready to play. Morrison with a hard ground ball right down the left field line. That's in there for a base hit. So Morrison on first with a single. And we're going to have a courtesy runner for him. That'll be Steve Engel. So runner on first, nobody out. Your next batter, here's Dave Hitz. Hitz with a line drive just out of the reach of the shortstop Callaway. So Engels goes to second. Hitz safe at first. We have runners on first and second. Nobody out, and that brings up Chris Peltekian. Peltekian with a long fly ball to left center field. That's caught out there by Bill Connor. Steve Engels at second tags up. He makes it to third. Hitz holds at first, so we've got one out. We have runners on the corners, and we have Ralph Benjamin batting. Benjamin with a short fly ball to the rover. Coulombe is right there. He grabs the ball. That's the second out. Runners hold at first and third, and that brings up Jim Savage. Savage with a line drive to center field. That brings in Engels with a run. Hitz stops at second, so runners on first and second. Two out. We have a run in, and the next batter, Larry Linneman. Linneman with a line drive single out to left center field. Connor up with the ball. He gets it back in quickly. The runners move up one base, but that's it. We've got bases loaded. We've got two outs, and we've got Rick Magnuson batting. That's one of those infield pop-ups. You never know where it's going to go depending on the spin on the ball, and that one stayed fair. So put Magnuson on first, give him credit for an RBI single. We get a run in. The runners move up one base. We've got bases loaded, 2 outs. And Bruce Marin whacks at a ball, sends it to second base. Brooks up with it, the throw over to second. And we have a committee meeting out there, but somewhere in there, we got an out on second. But not before Thrive Healing Center picks up 2 in their half of the 4th inning, so we're back to a tie ball game. It's 4-4 after 4. All right, I'd like to take a moment and acknowledge the support team for today's game. First of all, on the field are 2 umpires. Umpiring back behind the plate, that's Ron Wamba. And the man in charge of the bases, that's Bob Latterall. Up here in the booth, I'd like to thank Stephanie Cummings for being our scoreboard operator. Peggy Stahlbaum is our official scorekeeper. And yours truly, Larry Reed, is announcing the game. Okay, here we go. Moving to the top of the 5th inning. We're back to the top of the order again for Arizona Fans and Blinds. And here's Dave Bjornley. Bjornley with a hit out to right center field. That puts him on first with a single. Your next batter, Ron Bedford. Bedford with a high pop up to shortstop. Engels is right there. He makes the catch. That's 1 out. That brings up Pierre Coulombe. Coulombe with a shot right down the line. Hits us there. He makes the grab. Thinks about doubling up the runner on first, but nope, Bjornley is back. That didn't work, but they got the out. So we got 2 down, runner on first, and the next batter, here's Joe Calloway. And Callaway with a polite little fly ball that gets over the infield, so credit him with a single. Bjornley moves up to second. We've got 2 on. We've got 2 out. And we've got Steve Peltekian at the plate. Peltekian works 4 balls, so he's on first with a walk. That loads the bases with 2 down, and that'll bring up Trevor Cornett. And Trevor's having a nice game so far. He's got 2 hits, including a big double in the 4th inning. Cornett with a short fly ball to left field. That drops in. That brings in 2 runners. The throw comes home, not in time to get the runner. The 2 runners on base move up. So after the dust settles, we've got 2 runs in. We've got a runner on third, a runner on second, and Craig Brooks batting. Run number 4 is on 2. And Brooks smacks the ball over the left fielder's head, and that easily brings in 2 more runs, and that's the maximum 4 for the inning. So, a very productive inning for Arizona fans and blinds, and they go up 8-4 after 4.5.
Two came in on Trevor's hit.
All right, we're going to move to the bottom of the 5th inning now, and for Thrive Healing Center, their leadoff hitter will be Mel Bentley. Well, Mel the Master gets a hit that we've seen many times before. That nice little soft liner out to left center field. So, Mr. Bentley on first with a single, and we're going to have, I believe, Ralph Benjamin enter the game as a runner at first. That brings up Jim Montgomery. Montgomery with a fly ball down the right field line, but that's going to be foul. Montgomery with a hard ground ball to shortstop. Callaway up with it. He flips over to second. They've got Benjamin there, and that's an out. Montgomery safe at first on the fielder's choice, and that brings up Steve Engels. Engels with a line drive to left field. That drops in there for a hit. Montgomery stops at second. So we have runners on first and second with 1 down. Your next batter, Dan Morrison. And pitcher Dottie Johnson gets a strikeout there, so we've got 2 outs with 2 on, and that brings up Dave Hitz. Hits with a short fly ball to left field. That drops in for a base hit. That moves up Montgomery and Engels 1 base. So we've got bases loaded with 2 out, and that'll bring up Chris Peltekian. Peltekian with a short fly ball to left center. Pierre Coulombe, the rover, was playing him deep. He's right there to make the grab, so that's the 3rd out. And once again, Thrive Healing Center comes up empty in their half of the inning. Arizona Fans and Blinds still leads 8-4 after 5 full innings. All right, as we move to the top of the 6th inning, the first batter for Arizona Fans and Blinds will be the left center fielder. That's Bill Connor. Connor with a little floater over the infield. That drops in front of Peltekian. He's on first with a single. And your next batter, here's Jim Feeser. And last time up, Jim pounded one down the left field line for a triple. So let's see what happens now. All right, that's a short fly ball to left center field, and Steve Engels from the shortstop position runs out, makes a nice over-the-shoulder catch, so that's an out. Connor holds it first, and that brings up Kai Slickers, and Kai is 2 for 2 so far today. Slickers with a well-hit ball, but it's right out there to Chris Peltekian. He comes in, he makes the grab. Connor holds it first, so we've got 2 down with the runner on first, and here's Dottie Johnson. Johnson with a ground ball down to third. The throw over to second is a little bit off target. Connor hits second. He keeps right on going. The ball goes to the outfield. The throw comes back in, but Dottie Johnson safe at first. Credit her with a single. She comes off the bag. Jim Feeser in as a courtesy runner. So we got 2 on and 2 out. Dave Bjornley, it's a hitter. Boy, Bjornley got all of that one, but it just drifts foul down the left field line. Well hit ball.
You can close it now. It's a little breezy. Thank you.
All right, the ball was called foul. So the runner goes back to first, and the batter comes back to the plate. All right, a short fly ball to right field. Dan Morrison is out there. He makes the grab for the third out. So nothing doing for Arizona Fens and Blinds in their half of the sixth inning, but they still lead 8-4 after 5.5. All right, moving to the bottom of the sixth inning, leading off for Thrive Healing Center will be manager Ralph Benjamin. Benjamin with a high fly ball into short right center field. The rover goes back but can't make the grab. Benjamin safe at first with a single. Your next batter, Jim Savage. Savage with a two-hopper to shortstop. Callaway up with it. He flips over to Colomb at second. They've got the out there. Colomb's throw to first, not in time. Savage safe, so that puts a runner on first with one out, and it brings up Larry Linneman. And Larry is 2 for 2 so far today. Linneman with a high pop-up in front of the plate. Peltekian comes out, fields the ball, makes a throw to second. They've got the runner there, so that's an out there. Linneman safe at first, so we've got a runner on first, 2 outs, and here comes Rick Magnuson. And Rick so far is 2 for 2 today. Magnuson with a hard hit fly ball to left, but Bjornley on the run comes in, makes the grab. That's the third out. So once again, Thrive Healing Center pulls a 0 in their half of the inning. They're down 8-4 going into the seventh. Folks, the Central League is looking for volunteers in a number of different capacities. If your spouse is playing, you could watch the game from the press box while running the scoreboard. You will be provided with plenty of training, and the view is great. You could also enjoy that view if you'd like to be part of the announcing crew. If you'd like to help out, see Peggy Stahlbaum or John Durillo. The Central League could also use a volunteer for the safety committee. Thanks for helping out, and remember, many hands make light work. All right, leading off the top of the seventh inning, here's Ron Bedford. Bedford with a hard ground ball to hits at third. Hits up with it. The throw across the diamond. They've got the runner. That's one out. And that brings up the rover. Here's Pierre Coulombe. Well, Pierre hits a long fly ball out of left field. And Chris Peltekian, Larry Linneman get together. And Linneman hangs on to the ball. So we're going to call that one out. And that's the second out of the inning. And that brings up Joe Calloway. Ouch. Well, Callaway bounces a ground ball down the first base line. That's called fair. And by the time the right fielder can get to the ball, bring it back to the infield, Callaway is safe at second with a double. So we've got a runner on second, 2 outs, and Steve Peltekian batting. Peltekian with a line drive right at the rover. Montgomery knocks it down, but he can't make the play. So credit Peltekian with a single. Callaway holds at second, so we've got 2 on, 2 out, and the next batter, Trevor Cornett, and Trevor 3 for 3 today.
His concern just puts us down totally, you know. We're in the American League and we're not, so.
Cornett with a little infield pop-up. Nobody can make a play on it. Everybody's safe, so that loads the bases, and it brings up Craig Brooks. Craig has a couple of hits today. Brooks with a hard Short hop ground ball right at the shortstop. They can't make a play on it. A run comes in to score. Brooks safe at first with an RBI single. Bases still loaded. We have 2 outs, and that'll bring up Bill Connor. Connor with a soft line drive to the shortstop. Engels right there. He makes the catch. But Arizona fends and blinds, picks up an additional run, so they stretch their lead to 9-4 after 6.5. All right, we're moving to the bottom of the 7th inning now for Thrive Healing Center, and they will lead off with the catcher, Bruce Marin. Marin with a short fly ball to center field. And once again, Coulombe back there had the hitter played perfectly. He's right there. He makes the catch, and that's an out. That'll bring up Mel Bentley. Bentley with a ground ball to shortstop. Callaway knocks it down, but he doesn't have a play at first. So Bentley safe with an infield single. That brings up Jim Montgomery. Montgomery with a hard ground ball. That makes it to the outfield for a single. Ralph Benjamin is in the game running for Mel Bentley. Ralph is safe at second, Jim at first. So we've got 2 on, 1 out, and that brings up Steve Engels. Steve has got a couple of hits so far. Engels with a short fly ball. That drops in for a hit. Montgomery moves up a base. Benjamin moves up a base. So we've got bases loaded, 1 out, and your next batter will be Dan Morrison. Morrison with a hard ground ball right up the middle. That's a base hit. That brings in Benjamin with a run. That'll send Montgomery to third. Engels at second. So we've got still the bases loaded with one out, and that brings up Dave Hitz. Dave's got a couple of hits so far today. Hits with a line drive right at the shortstop. Callaway is there. He makes the catch. So that's the second out of the inning. Bases still loaded. And here's Chris Peltekian. Peltekian with a line drive to right center field. That's a base hit, and that brings in 2 runs. So credit Peltekian with a 2 RBI single. That pushes Morrison over to second, so we have runners on first and second, 2 out, and it brings up Ralph Benjamin. Well, that was Benjamin with a fly ball to short center field. That ball drops in for a hit. Morrison comes in to score. Chris Peltekian comes in to score. And we have an umpire conference right now. We may or may not have. We do. So Peltekian's run does count. The bad throw results in Benjamin being moved from second to third, and it brings up Jim Savage. So we have a tie ball game. We have 2 outs. We have a runner on third. And Savage with a fly ball to short left center field, and the rover, Coulombe, goes out. He makes the catch, and that's the third out, but not before Thrive Healing Center comes up with 5 big runs. They tie this game at 9-9. We are going to the 8th inning. For those of you that might not be familiar with our rules for an extra inning game, we're only going to play 1 extra inning, and we start the inning off by having the previous batter from the team becoming the runner at second. The team starts out with 1 out, and the team can score a maximum of 4 runs in the inning. At the end of the 8th inning, if the game is still tied, it officially ends as a tie. So no matter who scores, what the score might be, this is the last inning. Okay, with that said, so in the top of the 8th inning, the leadoff batter for Arizona Fans and Blinds will be right center fielder Jim Feaser. And Feaser is given an automatic walk to first base, so that puts runners on first and second, one out, and that'll bring up Kai Slickers. And Kai has 2 hits so far today. Slickers hits a slow ground ball to third, hits up with it. He tags the runner moving from second to third, but that's the only play he has. So we have 2 outs, runners on first and second. The next batter, Dottie Johnson. Pierre Coulombe enters the game as a runner at first. Johnson with a one-hopper to second. Savage up with it. He flips to first. That's the 3rd out. So we're moving to the bottom of the 8th inning, and Thrive Healing Center needs 1 run to win this ball game. Okay, by rule, the last out of the previous inning for Thrive was Jim Savage, so he enters the game as a runner at second. And again, the team will start with 1 out, and their leadoff hitter is going to be Larry Linneman, and Larry has a couple of hits today. Linneman with a fly ball to left center field. That ball drops in for a hit. Savage moves from second to third. So we've got runners on the corners with 1 out, and Savage at third is the winning run. That'll bring up Rick Magnuson, and Rick has 2 hits today. Magnuson hits a little soft grounder that nobody can come up with. So Magnuson is safe at first with an infield single. Linneman moves to second. Savage holds at third. We've got bases loaded. We've got 1 out, and we've got Bruce Marin at the plate. Marin pops the ball up to shortstop. Callaway is there. He makes the catch. The runners hold their bases, so still bases loaded. But now we have 2 outs, and we have Mel Bentley coming to the plate. Bentley pops the ball up. Coloma's right there. He makes the catch. And there you have the final score, folks. 9-9. This is a tie ball game. All right, we had lots of hits today. Quickly for the home team, Thrive Healing Center, the following players had 3 hits today. Steve Ingalls, Ralph Benjamin, Larry Linneman, and Rick Magnuson. And we had some good hitting by the visiting team, Arizona Fens and Blinds. Joe Callaway had 3 hits. Steve Peltekian had 3. Craig Brooks had 3 hits. And congratulations, Trevor Cornett was a big 4 for 4 today. So well played game, guys. Thanks.
Okay, welcome to game 4, which is going to be Paultone visitors and Suzy's is the home team.
From the Badlands came the killer. He lived by the knife and the gun. He'd cut From the Badlands came the killer. He lived by the knife and the gun. He'd cut you just for standing.
Okay, up first for Paul Tone, we have Jody Nixon, number 1. Jody plays Rover. Whoa, we got an overthrow there. Jody's safe at first. And now we have up the left fielder, Juan Curiel. Whoa, right into his glove. Nice catch, John. And there's an out. Up next, we have number 3, Bobby Ross. Right through Dave's legs. For a base hit, there's runners on first and second. For the pitcher, number 12, Ken Brawl. Okay, bases are loaded for Paul Tone. That's going to bring up the left center, Lee Thompson. Close that door, please. I'll close it. Okay. Yeah, it makes it windy in here. Run scored. 2 runs scored. 2 outs. For the shortstop, Steve Jingle Ingalls. And Steve is safe at first, and that's going to bring up the Duke, Kenny McGraw. Kenny plays third base. And Chris camped underneath that for the third out. And we're going to go to the bottom of the first inning with the score 2-0 in favor of Paul Tone.
People.
And we have up number 5, Ron Bon Jovi Stahlbaum, playing first base. And there's an out at first. And next we have Rich Cherry. Rich got one out there in left field, and he's running to second base for a double. And now we have up the rover, the destroyer, number 12, John Dorillo. John gets one up through center field, right between the Jody's legs. And a run scored. And John has a double at second. Up next, we have the right center, number 10, Larry DeRader. Was that one? Nice catch out there by Ron Curiel for the second out. Now we have up the left center, number 2, Rooster, Chris Peltekian. Chris gets one through the 5-6 hole there. And that's going to bring in John. And Chris is in for the third run. Then we have the shortstop up now. Number 8, Dan Bears. And Dan draws a walk. And now we have the right fielder, number 1, Mark Kriska. Is he? Oh, jeez.
Leon caught. He hasn't pitched in a long while.
Why is Leon pitching?
Because apparently they wanted him to play third.
And Mark draws a walk, so we have runners on first and second. For number 6, Houston, we have a problem. It's Kevin Houston. Kevin plays third. And he draws a walk, and that will load the bases for the catcher. Whoops, sorry. For the second baseman, Dave Peterson. And there's an out at third for the third out. Now we're going to go to the top of the second inning with the score 3-2 in favor of Suzy's. The Central League is looking for volunteers in a number of different capacities. If your spouse is playing, you could watch the game from the press box while you're running the scoreboard. You will be provided with plenty of training, and the view is great. You could also enjoy the view if you'd like to be part of the announcing crew. If you'd like to help out, see Peggy Stahlbaum or John DeRillo. The Central League could also use a volunteer for the safety committee. Thanks for helping out. Many hands make light work. Up next for Paul Tone, number 10. Well, no, it's not number 10. It is 10. Yeah. He's got the wrong number.
Okay, well then we change it.
Tim, friend. And up next, we have number 11. That was Carl O'Leary, gets one right through the center. Or a base hit for Carl. There's runners on first and second. For Eric Jangula. Eric plays catcher. He's a good hitter, too. Okay, there's an out at third. And now we have up number 2, Neon Leon Cott. Leon gets one out there in left field. Or base hit. And there's an out at third.
But I didn't see Lee come in. I know, yeah.
And we're at the top of the lineup for Paul Tone. 2 outs. And we have Jody Nixon, the Rover. Wow, nice hit. Jody's safe at first. And we have bases loaded for number 6, Juan Curiel. I asked him how to say it. Oh, that's caught by Murphy. Ross Rhodes, nice catch. And now we're going to go to the bottom of the second inning with the score still 3-2 in favor of Suzy's. Team Peterson has been a longtime supporter of Sun City West softball, and we would like to thank them for their continuous partnership. Arvid and Kay and the entire Team Peterson family will work hard for you no matter what your real estate needs are. Next time you see any of the members of Team Peterson, tell them how much you appreciate their involvement with the Sun City West softball. And remember, when you're in the real estate market, put Team Peterson to work for you. And we have Mark Matevia. Gets one out to Jody. And there's an out at first. And next we have up the pitcher. Ross Rhodes, Murphy. And there's an out at first base for the second out. And then we're at the top of the lineup for Suzy's with Ron Bon Jovi Stahlbaum. Ron gets one out there in right field for a base hit. And that'll bring up the man that's rich in cherries. It's Rich Cherry. And he hits one down in right field. And Ron is scooting over to third base, and Rich is safe at first. So we have runners on the corners for Suzy's. And that'll bring up the rover. Number 12, John Derillo. And we have Larry Drader up there. And a run scored. Making it 4-2, Suzy's. And now we have up the rooster. Number 2, Chris Peltekian. And there's a third out at second base. Like to thank our umpires today. Behind the plate, we have Jim Kreidler, and out on the bases, we have Dave Baldwin. Up on the scoreboard, we have Pierre Colombe and Donna Reed doing the paper score. And we're going to go to the top of the third with the score 4-2 in favor of Suzy's. And we have up number 3 now, Bobby Ross. And Bobby gets one out there in right field for a base hit. And that's going to bring up the pitcher, number 12, Ken Rawl. Oh, third baseman, sorry. He's got pitcher on here. Of course, that's Glenn. Okay. And we got a base hit for Ken. And his wife's running for him on first. Now we have up number 9, Lee Thompson. There's an out at 2. And we have up the shortstop now. Number 3. Steve Jingle Ingles. Nice catch out there for the second out. However, a run comes in. Nice catch out there from Mark Kriska. And that's going to bring up the Duke. Quick draw McGraw. Ken McGraw. Okay, that's the third out.
But this is uncomfortable.
No, I'll stay for right now, and then if it gets too much time.
Okay, and then I will be here for.
There are many parts and pieces that make Sun City West Softball Club successful, and one of those pieces is our outfield billboard sponsors. Our thanks goes out to Encore Floors. Their support not only helps our club, but adds to the great atmosphere of our ballpark. So when you're in need of any type of flooring, give Rich at Encore Floors a call, because you'll get more at Encore Floors. And remember to tell them thanks for their sponsorship. And we have Dan Bears up. Dan's the shortstop. He's safe, isn't he? And he's safe at first. That's going to bring up number 1. The right fielder, Mark Kriska, who made that nice catch out there. And that's caught out there. It's caught out there by Tim Friend. Nice catch. And we have Kevin Houston up, number 6. Kevin covers third base. We are at the bottom of the third. One out, and Kevin gets a free walk. And that's going to bring up second baseman, Dave Peterson. And Dave has a strikeout for the second out. And that's going to bring up number 7, the catcher, Mark Mativia. And Leon gets that one, and that's the third out. And now we're going to go to the top of the fourth with the score 4 for Suzy's and 3 for Paultone. And we have the right fielder up next, number 10, Tim Friend. And he gets one through the left field over there. And that's going to bring up number 11. Carl O'Leary. Right into Dave's mitt. For an out. That's going to bring up the catcher, Eric Jangula. Okay, that's a double play for the third out.
So here you go.
And we're going to go to the bottom of the fourth inning. The score remains the same, 4-3 in favor of Suzy's. One of our longtime sponsors of Sun City West Softball is Paul Tome. They have over 30 years of insurance experience with farmers and can help identify the insurance coverage that best fits your needs, whether that's auto, home, renters, business insurance, golf carts, umbrella, or life. The team at Paul Tone can help you better understand your coverage options. As they say out there on the billboard, you're safe with Paul Tone and Farmers Insurance. Thank you for your support of Sun City West Softball. I'll eat my apple. Not for Paul Tone. Not Paul Tone, I'm sorry. Suzy's. Here's a picture of Ross Rhodes. And there's an out at first. And we're at the top of the lineup. Top of the lineup, Ron Stahlbaum. Ron gets one out there in right field for a base hit. That's going to bring up left fielder, Rich Cherry. Steve's under that to Jody for the second out at second base. That'll bring up the rover, number 12, John Durillo. And that's out number 3. And we're going to go to the top of the 5th.
Hey. I want to remind everybody out there, this Saturday is the Cardiac Kids. This will be the 20th annual Cardiac Kids Senior Softball Games. We start at 9 o'clock. This is a charitable event, plus it being our 20th anniversary. We started in 2006.
Bill Bromley started this, so be out here. Mark it on your calendars. First game's at 9 o'clock. This is a charitable event. I will be trying to get as much money from you as I can, so bring lots of cash. All right, Saturday, Cardiac Kids, be out here.
Oh, and that was Leon cut. And now we're going to the top of the lineup for Paul Tone with Jody Nixon. And up next, number 6, Juan Curiel. There's an out at second. Off the tip of the glove. And up now is number 3, Bobby Ross. Two outs. And in comes Juan for a run, tying the score, 4-4. And up next is the third baseman, number 12, Ken Rell. Ken gets one out there in right field. Stopped by Mark Kriska. However, a run scores, making it 5-4. Paul Tone. Up next, number 9, Lee Thompson. And that's the third out at second base. And we're going to go to the bottom of the fifth with the score 5-4 in favor of Paul Tone. we have up number 10, Larry Drader. Larry's safe at first. That's going to bring up the rooster, Chris Paltekian. Chris gets one up through the center for a base hit. Whoa, whoa, hang on, hang on. I think he made it to third.
No, he did not. No, he was stumbling. No. Come on, Steve.
I hope Larry's okay.
And Chris gets a double.
Chris got a double.
And we highlighted.
Okay, we have up number 8, Dan Bears. Right over Jody's head. Larry comes in for a base, for a run. Now, what do we have? We got runners on the corners, right? Yep. Runners on the corners. No outs. For the right fielder, number 1, Mark Mativia. Mark Kriska. Sorry. Mark gets one out there in left field, but it's foul. That's left field. Jeez. And he skies one out there, and that's caught by Steve Ingles. For an out. And now we have up Kevin Houston. And he gets an infield hit and a base hit. That's going to bring up number 15. Part of the Peterson team. Dave Peterson. And a run scored. Sacrifice fly. So Chris come in, make the score 6-5. Suzy's. Nice catch out there by Juan Carell. Now we have up the catcher number 7, Mark Mativia. And that's the third out. And we're going to the top of the sixth with the score 6-5 in favor of Suzy's. And we have up the shortstop, Steve Ingalls. Better known as Handyman 2. Steve safe at first. And that's going to bring up number 14, third baseman. Quick draw McGraw. There's an out at first. Up next is number 10, Jim Friend. And that's caught out there by Dave Peterson for the second out. That's going to bring up number 11, Carl O'Leary. Carl's getting a base hit out of that. Nope, there's an out. For the third out. He almost had it. It was close. And we're going to the bottom of the sixth. And to start things off is Ross Rhodes. Ross gets one past Steve there for a base hit. And we're going to start at the top of the lineup with Ron Stahlbaum and Mark Kriska is going to run for Ross. And we have runners safe on first and second for Rich Cherry. And there's an out at third for the first out. That'll bring up the rover and manager and chairman of the committee, John DeWillow. And John got a double. That'll bring up number 10, Larry Drader. Larry gets a walk. And we have Chris Peltekian up. And 2-run score. That's 4. Oh, that's only 3.
That's only 3.
Sorry, got it wrong.
Only 3, sorry.
Only 3, sorry. Four is on 2. 1 out. for the shortstop, Dan Bears. Dan gets one through the 5-6 hole. 4 is on 3. Up next is number 1, Mark Kriska. John's running for Dan Bears. Four is on 3. That one got through. And the 4th run is scored. And now we're going to go to the open inning. We're at the 7th inning at the top. And now we have up the catcher, number 16, Eric Jangula. Eric's safe at first. And that's going to bring up the pitcher, number 2, Leon Cott. Leon gets one through left field there. And there's runners on first and second. And they're at the top of the lineup with Jody Nixon. And Jody gets one down there in center field. And she's safe at first. And the bases are loaded for Paul Tone. For Juan Curiel. Okay, we have 2 outs now. For the right center, Bobby Ross. Bobby gets one out there in left center. And a run scored. And we have up next number 12, the third baseman, Ken Rawl. Runners on first and second and 2 outs. And that's the 3rd out. And that's your ball game, folks. Suzy's pulls it out, 10-6. Stay tuned for the last game. Okay, we got game 5 coming up, which is going to be hole in one, visitors, and Team Peterson is the home team. Okay, don't forget about the 20th annual Bill Bromley Memorial Cardiac Kids Tournament, February 7th at 2026, which is this Saturday. All Sun City West, Sun City members who have had cardiac events are eligible to play. This is a charitable event with all proceeds going to Sun Health Foundation. Contact Ken Skinner or sign up online. I'd like to thank our umpires. We have John Derillo behind the plate and Jimmy Montgomery on the bases. Hold on, we don't have a scorekeeper. Okay, Lee's here, so. Yeah. And up for hole in one, we have Lee Tenold. What does that mean, Jimmy? He's making those ding hands. There's an out at first. And next up, we have number 14, Bill Magruder. He plays third base. Bill gets one out there in left center for a base hit. Up next, number 22, left center fielder, Jeff Silbaugh. Silbaugh. Okay, runners are safe at first and second. Right center fielder up next. Number 13, beam me up, Scotty McLeod. Oh, caught and dropped out there. And there's an out at second. For the second out. Now we have runners on the corners. For second baseman, number 15, it's Ricardo. Rich Suhasek. I can hear Lucy out there. And that's the third out. And up first for Team Peterson, we're going to have the left center fielder, Paul Felice. John says batter up. Paul gets one up through the center field. Base hit. And that's going to bring up third baseman number 8, Mike Van Wee. Mike hits one foul. And that's a strikeout for the first out. Up next, we have right center fielder, Todd Zerbach. Todd gets one by Ricardo, and it rolls all the way to the fence. Here comes the first score of the game for Peterson. And we have Tommy Theo Harris, right fielder. Oh, that was snatched. Nice catch by Terry Zellers out there. Now we have up number 3, left fielder, Bill Hamilton. And that's caught out there. Okay, so Peterson ends up with 1 as we go to the top of the second inning. And up next for hole in one is the pitcher, Diver Dave Baldwin. Dave gets one out there in left field for a base hit. Lee's running for Dave, the pitcher. And we have the sub up next. Rick Magnuson. He plays left field. And there's an out at second. That's going to bring up the rover, number 19, Terry Zellers. Terry gets a hit out there in right field. He's safe at first. Runners on first and second for the right fielder, number 17, Dan Bradstreet. Okay, do we have 2 outs? Umpire? Nope, 1 out.
2 outs.
John said 1. Okay, 2 outs. And we have up the manager, Chris Lynch, number 10. Chris is playing first. And there's 2 outs. 2 on. Chris gets one through there for a base hit. Everybody's safe. And that'll bring up number 23, the catcher, Ken Morales. Counts 2-2 on Ken. So it's 2 strikes, 2 balls, and 2 outs. And there's an out at third for the third out. And we're going to go to the bottom of the second inning. And we had Mark Matevia. And we have Kathy McLean up. Kathy plays first base. Number 4. And she gets one up there, center field. Base hit for Kathy. And that's going to bring up the shortstop and manager. Number 7, Jim Kreidler. Mike's running for Kathy, first base. Jim gets one out there in center field, and it was down. And he's safe at first. However, there are 2 outs. For the pitcher, number 11, Lee Anderson. And there's an out at first for the third out. And we're going to go to the top of the third inning with the score 1 for Peterson and 0 for Hole in One. Okay, we're at the top of the lineup with Lee Tenold. And we got a foul ball. These guys went out there in center field. They got a base hit. Comes up next is the third baseman, number 14, Bill Magruder. And that's down in left field for a base hit for Bill. Runners on first and second for the right center fielder. Left center fielder, excuse me. Jeff Silbaugh. And Mike Van Wee gets that out. For the first out. Then we have Beam Me Up Scotty, number 13, Scotty McLeod. Right into Lee's glove for the second out. And that's going to bring up second baseman, Ricardo, number 15, Rick Suhazik. Oh, right through his legs. And we have bases loaded for hole in one. For the pitcher, Dave Baldwin. Almost right to Lee again.
run scored, right?
There's an out. I don't think so. I don't think. I don't know.
The runner on third.
Okay, so we have a tie score. It's 1-1 as we go to the bottom of the third.
I'll make up something 4 to 6 to 2. Just make it up.
And we have up the sub now. Jody Nixon. And that's caught out there by Lee for the first out. And now we have up number 5, John Wiscursion. Right into Dave's glove for the second out. And we're at the top of the lineup for Peterson's with number 9, Paul Felice. And that's the third out. And we have up the sub, Rick Magnuson. Counts 3-1, no outs. And that's caught for an out. Who's left field? Left center field. Left. That was caught by Bill Thompson. Hamilton, sorry. And now we have up number 19, Terry Zellers. Okay. Terry's safe at first. That'll bring up right fielder Dan Bradstreet. Counts 3-2, 1 out. And there's an out at second. So there's 2 outs. And the manager is up. Chris Lynch. We're at the top of the 4th. Tie score 1-1. And there's an out at second. Is that the 3rd out? And that's the 3rd out. And we go to the bottom of the 4th. Okay, we have up third baseman, number 8, Mike Van Wee. Mike's safe at first. Base hit for Mike. Right center fielder coming up. Number 10, Todd Zorbach. right over Baldwin's head out to center field where nobody was. And we have upright fielder right now, the man with 3 names, Tommy Theo Harris. And there was a double play there. And a run scored. Making the score 2-1 in favor of Peterson. And we're going to go to the top of the 5th inning. Whoops. My bad. I said it. I thought. And we have up Bill Hamilton gets one out there in left center. And he's safe at first. And now we have up the sub, Mark Mativia. Mark gets one through left center for a base hit. And we have runners on first and second with 2 outs. For number 4, Kathy McLean. And there's an out at third for the 3rd out. And now we go to the top of the 5th inning. And the score is 2-1 in favor of Peterson as we go to the top of the 5th. And we have up Ken Morales, the catcher. That's caught out there by Bill Hamilton for the 1st out. And we're at the top of the lineup for hole in one with number 21, Lee Tenold. And he's safe at first. And that'll bring up third baseman, number 14, Bill Magruder. Bill gets one past Jim out there. Or base hit. Runners on first and second. For the left center fielder, number 22, Jeff Silbaugh. And bases are loaded. For right center fielder, number 13, Scotty McLeod. And that's caught out there by Paul Felice. Nice catch for out number 2. And a run scored, making the score 2-2. Ricardo's up. Rick Suhasik. Rick got one out there in the 5-6 hole. Did a run come in or not? Bases are loaded. For the pitcher, diver Dave Baldwin. That's caught out there by Bill Hamilton for the third out. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th, and the score is tied 2-2. And now we have up the manager for Peterson, Jim Kreidler. And there's an out at first. That'll bring up pitcher number 11, Lee Anderson. And that's caught out there by Terry Zellers. Now we have up the sub, Jody Nixon. And there's an out. And we're at the top of the sixth. The score remains tied 2-2. And that's Rick Magnuson. He gets one out there in right center. For a base hit. And that's going to bring up Terry Zellers. And that's hit foul. Counts 2-2. No outs. Top of the sixth. Okay, there's an out at second for the first out. Up next, we have number 17, Dan Bradstreet.
How come Schroeder?
Nice catch out there by John Wiskersion for the second out. And up next is the manager, number 10, Chris Lynch. And that's the third out. And we're going to go to the bottom of the sixth. And that's John Wiskersion. And there's an out at first. And we're at the top of the lineup for Peterson's with Paul Felice. And that's out number 2. And now we have up number 8, Mike Van Wee. And there's the third out. 3 up and 3 down. And we're going to go to the open inning, the 7th inning, with hole in one. Score is still tied at 2-2. That was Ken Morales hits one. Foul. And that's the first out. And we're at the top of the lineup for hole in one with Lee Tenold. And Lee gets one through the 5-6 hole. Then we have up number 14, Bill Magruder. And he gets one through there. Left center. Base hit. So there's runners on first and second. One out for the left center fielder, number 22, Jeff Silbaugh. And there's an out at 2. So we have 2 outs. 2 on for number 13, Scotty McLeod. And that's out number 3. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 7th inning with the score still tied 2-2. Peterson needs a run to win. Up first, we have Todd Zorbach. Right over Baldwin's head. And he's safe at first. Then we have right fielder number 12, Tommy Theo Harris. And that's down in center field. And we have runners on first and second. Nice hit by Tommy. And we have up the left fielder. We have left fielder Bill Hamilton. And that's caught out there for the first out. And we got the sub next. Mark Mativia. That's caught for the second out. That's going to bring up number 4, Kathy McLean. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. And guess what? Nice hit, Kathy. That just won the game. Good job. Peterson gets the win with a score 3-2 in favor of Peterson. Great game, guys.